Good morning, dear judo friends and colleagues. On behalf of the Croatian Judo Federation, I'm really glad to wish you welcome. Welcome to Croatia, welcome to Poreč, and of course, welcome to Judo Festival. We are really very glad that we are developing many activities within the frame of Judo Festival. And of course, not only competitive judo, not only OTC and other camps, but for Croatian Judo Federation is very important to see how to go further with judo for all. That means judo for children and adaptive judo as well. There's so many issues that have to be solved, so I'm really very grateful that you all came so that we can work together on the rules. And of course, it is really a great pleasure that Mr. Laszlo Toth, as president of European Judo Union, is also supporting all these activities. So enjoy your stay, and I wish you all fruitful being here in Croatia, in Poreč, and I wish you all good cooperation and work on these rules. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanda. Good morning to everyone. Also from my side, I wish you all welcome. It's actually a very positive surprise because at the beginning we were not expecting so many participants, and when the days were going forward, we had more and more, so it shows also the interest of all of you regarding the different topics that we're having. As Mrs. President from Croatian Judo Federation said, Judo for Children, Adapted Judo. We also have the honor to have the President of the European Judo Union, Mr. Dr. Laszlo Toth, and also the Vice President of the European Judo Union and in charge of the Sports Department, Jorge Lindi. And of course, we also have some other people sitting here in front of you. So we are a lot and many people of European Judo Union. I hope we're going to have a very constructive day today. I will use very strong words because today we are going to finalize the rules for adapted judo. We have the opportunity to create history. The last 20, 30 years, we always had some different institutions having some different rules, and I think it's a very strong sign from the European Judo Union showing and trying to bring everyone together and to have one rule under one roof. It will allow us to keep on going forward. I'm also very honored to have Nuno Delgado on our side, who is having a long experience with judo for children. And of course, we also have the honor to have an expert, a former very, very big champion, and now involved in Scientific University, Emanuela Pierantozzi. I think it shows also the value of judos. We have people who were competitors and still involved in judo and still keeping ongoing in judo and trying to develop judo. Educational is a transversal topic, so there are a lot of work to do. I'm glad that we will be able to exchange during this complete day, and I'm sure we will get a lot of results by end of the day. And of course, to conclude my introduction speech, it's a big honor for me to be here with you. Thank you very much. What we're going to do now is I will overgive the word to President Dr. Laszlo Toth. Then Mr. Jorge Lindi will also say a couple of words, and if you don't mind, because afterwards they will have to leave us, we do a short family picture, and then we will start to work finally. Okay? Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Sergei, Vice President of European Judo Union, responsible for this sector. Dear judoka, dear judo family, dear friends, Sergei was everything informed you what was my proposal, and now I have no other things, only welcome you. But maybe you have give me some chance for other information also. We have a celebration, special celebration today, because the new team, and here is also our director, Ronnie, and this new team was elected 366 days ago by 50 countries in Wien. This Congress, when we was elected more like 1 year ago, was give us enough opportunity to changing in the old style, old system, and wake up a little bit European Judo Union for so many interesting what is the last 10 years was forget or was not important for the leaders. And before my official election, few days was Kata European Championships in Rijeka. I was invited these Kata European Championships. Rijeka. No. And these Kata European Championships was show me, and I was understand that how many beauty and how many value it's in our judo. What we was not enough attention. We have also so many good things in European Judo Union what we was try to building, but this Kata European Championships was also a special demonstration with special need childrens, and this moment was in my life when I was decided that these words is true, judo more than sport, and I was understand judo more than sport. And after this moment, we try to create a new system. We are created open our eyes, our heart, and our soul for opening from everybody. And our and my several visit was show me that every country has a very, very big value. For development judo, several things, what European Judo Union was not informed, what European Judo Union was not interested, and what European Judo Union was not collect. And after this moment, and thank you very much one more time to Rijeka, thank you very much for Croatian Judo Federation because they was organized this event. Thank you very much for Brada and Marina because they are really start us wake up from this frozen situation. And after our election, it was main things us concentrate for the education because several part of the European Judo Union running well. The sports sector is running well because this is usual, we are very strong. The referee sector is also changing something, but the most weak sector was education sector, and it was very shame for us that the most important things in the future of the judo, this is education sector. And our proposal was to leader to education sector, Sergey, and he started working together with you. Also, we need, and we are receive so many information, but this is analysis not ready because, for example, 1 month ago, I was really very, very positive surprise from Italian Judo Federation. They have a new program with special need children. And this is a really, I feel the activity and I feel the power every federation. And our main program and main goal was that we see different federation and also different association in the special needs things. The special needs is divided because it's 3 big federation all the world or Europe. And our wish, my wish was, first of all, we can be strong if we are united. If we are divided, we immediately lose the fight because we are not serious. And special thanks for the participation of Munich 1.5 months ago, and the leadership with Sergei, just it's united the different special needs organization, the adaptive judo. And this is in our value because we need common rules. We need common support each other, and I believe from these united things we can grow up, and we can create a very strong structure of European Judo Union. And this is really the first step. If we are not united, we will be not serious. But this information that after 20 minutes, the people, the association who is not speaking each other 20 years, for our invitation start to understand each other and start to united a little bit, this is for me a very, very positive message. And this positive message can be continued, and I please you, please find common way together. I know everybody, it's very, very well educated in the country. Everybody have a good idea, but we have only one way for the European and international event, and also for the government, also for European Union, when we can show our strongest, that we are united and not divided. This is a very important first. And the second one, that our program, I believe, not ready, but this is a normal. And I please you, everybody, step by step. We don't need running. I am special was, remember you, we are elected 360 days ago. And can you imagine, and please remember back, what's happened in these 366 days. More happens in the European Judo like last 20 years. I am very proud of you, very proud of my team, our team, and I believe that we can really, really changing not only European, we will be changing the international judo. And we are special, really excellent. I cannot tell you more excellent cooperation with Sanda. She is the chief of International Judo Federation of this section. And also Denisa is my right hand in presidential office. She is also right hand of Mr. Wieser. That means better bridge we cannot find. And also our main program that we waiting from you for proposal, what we can do it for you. And we don't need and don't would like directed you. Yes, Serbian Judo Federation must be doing this. No, we would like asking your opinion, also all federation, and after we would like take a common program together. This is a secret beauty for judo, and this secret beauty can be catch all nations, the social people, really the government, everybody can be very, very, very happy with us, but our main program, the children must be happy. And the children must be healthy. And I believe with our program, we can help for the healthy and better nation. And not forget this is our vision and our mission. And I believe we can do it together. Thank you very much one more time. And I hope next time we need a stadium. We start with small room, now it's not so bad, but next time maybe stadium because we are together. Also, we have several idea, and Denisa and Sergei would like inform you, but I am really very proud and happy. This start is unbelievable. And not forget, 360 days we are started. And this 1 year really unbelievable big potential. And not only for the part of the special needs children with adaptive children, we have so many beautiful programs start with the children in the school. And also I am just full impression in Slovenia, in Pacetörtök. We was 1 week together with Ronnie. It was so beautiful, excellent veteran European championships that I would like stop the competition. Normal, we are sometimes looking each other, oh, it's too long, maybe better go, but we was enjoy every fight. And not only every fight, how they was joy together, how they was love the judo. And when 81 years old judoka come to me and he told me, President, please, new rules, we need new rules. How can I fight with 70 years? This is a big advance. Why am not, you are sliced to 75? And I thought, okay, if I am start with this idea, how many old judoka come to this age? He told me, I guaranteed you 20. And can you imagine this 81 years old judoka was sitting in the bar evening, half naked, drink a beer, and he was really looks like Schwarzenegger in the top form. This is a value of the judo. And also the kata European Championships was a record. Never was happened so many active kata competition judoka, and also long time the Kodokan judo was not respected and they are not expected our invitation, and now the top high level Kodokan was together with us to Kodokan Kata seminar. And also yesterday in Slovenia was a very successful workshop for finishing of this big program. And yesterday was also with the special needs children, preparation and others, and I am sure that they will be next day follow from Slovenia also. That means I would like speak too much because I see everybody tired. You would like go to lunch and dinner or maybe the beach. But really I am very, very happy with you and very sorry. It was my plan also start with you in München, but before we was 2 days arrived back from I don't know where, but we are here, and I think so this is a normal that we are here together. And I would like also continue it with you, and please together with Sergey, together with Denisa, find a solution. We need more information, and we will be ready to help for every federation, every club. And I am sure we will be very good exemplar for the International Judo Federation too. This is also our main program that we will be show the world that we can be better. Thank you very much, and I please you take a family picture together. Thank you. The media must be, we go inside. Yes.
Yes, wait, Horve still wants to say something, please.
So it's not according to the protocol, and I apologize to Mr. President, I'm the last one, but I want to really congratulate to, first of all, my friend and the Vice President of Education, Sergey, to make amazing job in the last 1 year, really.
Maybe you was not hearing.
I was hearing, but it was from my side also. Now this is from my side. And in the European Judo Union sports sector, we have 109 events in our yearly calendar. So I wish you in the future to have the same number of the events of all different types of the activities in education sector. And for sure, you will have the support from all my team in the sports sector. And what I can see, you're on the right way. And as Mr. President mentioned, we are one family, and do it together. Please feel free to contact all of us. We are all open for your support, and I wish you good luck and good success. And I'm sure that we will make an amazing job in the future. Thank you for your coming. Thank you for your contribution.
Also, the speaker of the, I have a so many photo and podcast. Sì, tema idea. Ali sono po 6 dana, 7. Ali bilo je u biti dobro da štite to toga.
Yeah, this is mine.
Thanks a lot.
Help you. Let me help you. I don't want
Malte, this is from you.
Share on it.
It's okay?
to change this and this. Do you have your water and
Yes.
everything?
Some changing seats, right? Gepard. Yeah. Gepard. Yes, correct. Changed. Changed. This one, the introductions before the agenda. It's just, yes. Probably. You put the introductions? Yes, and yes, yeah.
Problem solved. Problem solved. Just
Like this. Okay, guys, let's start. Thank you, everyone, for being here. You all received the agenda. We will start now with the presentation of Judo for Children program by Nuno and Malte. Then we will have lunch from 1 to 2:30. We will see if we need 1.5 hours to eat or not. I propose if we're good on time, maybe we will cut it a little bit. We'll see, because if you look further in the program, we did a little mistake with the coffee break. Why? Okay, then we start at 2:30. You can go to the pool if you want. And as if you saw, we have only 15 minutes coffee break. This will be a little bit longer because 15 minutes is a bit short in the afternoon. So anyway, we will adjust the agenda regarding how we are going forward. Then you see from 2:30 to 4, we have the best practices of Children Judo program presentation of the National Federation. And then in the afternoon, which will be, I think, a very strong topic, is the one from 4:45 to 5:45 with the discussion on the rules and regulation of adapted judo. We will keep on going on what we did in Munich a couple of months ago. Most of you received the proposal of the rules by email. Anyway, we will have a couple of discussion, and if this topic might go a little bit longer, we never know if we will all agree very quickly like in Munich, or we will be a bit in opposition, so we need to have some negotiation. This we will see. Then we will finish with the proposal of the EJU get-together label, which is also an important topic that we can finalize afterwards, the different structures that we decided under the rooftop, if I may allow myself to call it that way, regarding EJU. Is this plan okay for you to go that way? Anyway, if you have any question, just ask. We need to work with the different microphones because we're on live streaming, so make sure what you say is not too much nonsense, otherwise we're going to have a couple of comments on the internet, but I'm sure everyone is aware of it. We have the breaks to talk a little bit more nonsense about it. Good. Okay, then I will give the word directly to Nuno and Malte. You will see this topic is also very important, and you will see how it can interconnect also with the adapted judo. That's why for us it was important that we have these two topics today to discuss and exchange about the different experiences. Thank you. Nuno, please go on.
Okay, Sergey, thank you very much for your presentation and your good remarks. It's a big pleasure to be involved in this team, in this educational team. I'd just like to say that this is my second time involved in the EJU organization. I was also in the Education Commission more or less between 2010 2013. A lot of challenges are still on, as we know, but today we are moving forward, not looking back. So with this philosophy, I would like to welcome you all and to introduce this new commission, Judo for Children, which I like to call it G4C. So also I would like to express my gratitude for all the viewers who are all over the world watching this streaming, and also to tell you that it will be available, a recording session on the EJU YouTube channel, because many people were asking, because we felt this is a very important theme. It brings a lot of interest, and we should share that with everyone else. So, regarding the Judo for Children, let me introduce the team. Nuno Delgado, my name. I'm a former Olympic medalist. I worked for some years between 2008 and 2016 in different levels of the national team. And I run school programs for children in Portugal. Also, I would like to present my my partner, my colleague, Malte Gebert from Germany. He's currently vice president of the German Judo Federation, also quite involved in these teams. Actually, Malte will bring you some very good data of the population of the German Judo Federation around the children statistics. And we would like to know a little bit about the people present and the people watching online. We will give a small time for you guys to make a quick presentation. Just tell your name, what are you doing in judo, and where you come from. And this way we will break the ice, because this is not a formal presentation where we are just speaking. we would like to create here also a ambience of brainstorming, because what's coming from here is a shared opinion. So I will start with the people from the room, maybe here on my left side. So I pass the mic.
Well, thank you so much. My name is Fanny Toth. I'm from Hungary. We are all from Hungary, alike to the sixth person. And currently I'm working in EJU as an assistant to the president. So I'm here to listen to all the wonderful things you have to say. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Margarita Bacsiu from the Hungarian Judo Association. I'm a sport development director, and I would like to see your programs currently.
Hi, my name is Christopher Bertok, and I'm judo coach. We work with special childrens and normal childrens, and he's my colleague.
Hello, my name is Robert Raikai. I'm coach from Hungary. That's all.
Hi to everyone. My name is Kata Morvai Sej. I'm from Hungary and I'm working at the University of Pécs. I'm the head of the Department of Sports Sciences and I work in the association too. I'm the chair of the University and College Sport Committee.
Hi everyone, I am Csaba Szabó from Hungary. I was a former judoka, so now I'm working with the president. I am assistant to president, so congratulations for this program and all the best. Thank you.
Hi everyone, very happy to be here. I'm Emanuela Pierantossi from Italy. I was a high-level athlete last century. And today I work at university in Genova and I'm in scientific commission of Italian Judo Federation. I'm involved in very wonderful project of judo and autism at school.
Hello everybody, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm Nicole Mossier, I come from Italian Federation. I'm a project manager of Cat Autism Project and I'm also a professor at the University of Rome.
Hello, my name is Iris Svoboda. I'm from Czech Republic and it's a pleasure to be here. In these days, I'm running a club in Czech Republic and also I'm a coach at university where can judoka studies and I'm here as representative of Czech Judo Federation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Thea Cowan. I am Communications Manager of the European Judo Union. I am here to listen to your projects and your presentations and so I can promote them and report them on our website and social media.
Hello, my name is Mario Krvavac. I'm Head of Media Operations of European Judo Union. If you see that anything on the website is not good, probably it's my fault. Everything the rest that is good is the team. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Milo Nikolic. I am coming for Serbia. I'm coach in Judo Club Red Star Belgrade. That's it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Davor Kolundžić in Judo Club Red Star Crvena Zvezda.
Hello everyone, I'm Bojana Milicevic. I work at Faculty of Sport in Belgrade and Judo Club Red Star. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sayonela Karaga. I'm president of Commission for Judo for People with Disabilities in Judo Federation of Serbia. I'm also the teacher in special school for physical education. And I'm founder of Judo Club in my town in Sombor, and I'm coach for Judo for people with disabilities and for typical children. Thank you.
My name is Tigo. I've been doing this for 30 years with and for judokas with special needs. Currently world champion together with judoka with special needs in mainstream kata. So that's good. But yeah. Sadly enough, last weekend we got silver at the Europeans, but okay, yes, that's a tough one, but we will try to get it. And yeah, we're happy that we now are on common grounds to have all the roles that started 30 plus years ago and the functional classification system coming to an end and have it all together. And go for it.
And my name is Thomas Rönnqvist. I'm from the Swedish Judo Federation, and I'm also involved in adapted judo in Europe and all over where I can do something. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Toma Jelušić. I come from Croatia, and I came yesterday to Poreču to present one Erasmus project that Croatian Judo Federation is now starting. It involves Judo Moral Code and how to transfer it to children. And I thought this topic today was interesting because I also work as a coach with children, so I came to hear and see something interesting.
Hello, old friends. My name is Slaviša Bradić. I'm head of Kata Commission, also working like IGF expert in IGF Academy. And today I enjoy with you and try to develop the rules for the Kata and other rules. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Katja Rudas. I am Administrative Chief and Coordinator in the Educational Commission at the EJU and also the Erasmus Projects Commissioner. And I'm here to prepare a great report for all of you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marina. Today I'm your host here because I'm working in Croatian Judo Federation, but I also work for European Judo Union and I'm in charge for adapted judo. So I'm really happy to be here today because I think it will be a historic moment and that we will have very soon, for the first time ever, unified rules, unified classification, and it will be the basis for the further development of adapted judo. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Saez. I am the president of British Judo, and I also work with Sergei as director of one of the directors of the education sector within the EJU. I'm really happy to be here and to contribute to advancing this worthwhile cause, which I think is fantastic for judo and fantastic for the participants that we're going to help by advancing adapted judo. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Andeliu. I'm involved in judo since I was born, as my father was my coach, so I had no other option. But I'm very happy and I would never change this. I was a sports performance athlete, and then I continued teaching judo to kids. I was involved in IJF projects and competition organization. And on academic level, I made more studies to underline that judo is a very good educational tool for society, for inclusion, and for growing up a nice generation and educated generation. I'm very happy to be here with you and looking forward to put our best practices here on the tables and everyone could get inspired and apply this at home and spread it also to the friends and the other judokas we have all around. Thank you.
All right. So, guys, thank you so much for being here. I just forgot to put on my resume that I am a champion in Dancing with the Stars. So we will have this program during our camp. We will have Dancing with the Olympians festival, so be ready to move your hips. Anyways, I would take Denise's words as a starting point for this discussion, which is everybody knows that judo is a fantastic tool for inclusion and education. But the main focus of this workshop is not to show different forms of teaching judo, but to step a little bit out of the tatami right now and discuss strategy, goals, and how we want to go for the future. So this could be really the reality, and that the EJU can really focus on this field, because as it was said, the sports and the refereeing commissions have really strict organization. They have many events, but we are still striving to find our way. We don't need to go fast, we need to go smart. And like the adapted judo already started to make history, we will also try to do it, but not today. Today is time to discuss, to open ideas, and to help us to reach a common, strict plan for the future years. So I will pass the mic to my colleague, Malte.
Thanks a lot for that. So, as Nuno already introduced me, my name is Malte. I'm from Germany, the Vice President of the German Judo Federation. For Federational Development is my whole title. Really happy to be here. Huge thanks to Marina for organizing all that, and the Croatian Judo Federation for the nice hospitality here. Really like it. So, can we have the presentation on the way? Thank you very much. So, on this hour's agenda is the following introductions. We already did this. I hope everyone remembered everyone's name. We want to quiz you on that during lunch. But I know for sure that I didn't remember everyone, so I apologize for that already. Then we want to tell you a little bit about our idea, how we want to tackle this, I would say, like huge issue actually. Like what goals we've set ourselves. We already have a little action plan, or at least this year. And then we want to discuss with you guys how you can contribute to all of this. As you maybe know, we are streaming this live right now on YouTube. So for the guys and girls watching online, there's also a live chat function. So if any questions pop up during the session, please be free to put it in the live chat. We try to monitor it and maybe answer it later on. And also, like in the afternoon after lunch, as Sergey already said, at 2:30 we're going to start with some presentations about best practices from the national federations. This is going to be Croatia first, then GB Judo, Great Britain. Karen Roberts is going to be online to present a little bit, then me again, and then Hungary. Kata is present a little bit. It's only going to be like 10 minutes. So really fast presentations, and we want to have like around 10 minutes. We're going to give you 12, if that's okay. Yeah, no problem. And we're going to have a little discussion about this. And our goal here is, as you were going to see later on in the presentation also, to collect all these kind of best practices and make them available for everyone, for every national federations, so we can really like collaborate on a lot of things. And the QR code you're going to see there, this is like for the Zoom link for this afternoon's session. So if anyone is going to need this, just let me know. You can, or online, you can go in via Zoom later on. Still have to figure out the right angle for that. So, as I said on the agenda, we're going to start a little bit with the idea. The idea is like, okay, we got the European Judo Union. The European Judo Union, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, has 51 member federations all over Europe. That sums up to 2.2 million registered judoka, more or less. And on top of that, there are probably, this is an estimation, 1.5 million unregistered judo players. So, and we always thought a little bit about like how the development of the European Judo Union, and especially like with the pandemic over the last 3 years, probably there has been some loss regarding members. I can just talk for the German Judo Federation actually. So who has been to Ljubljana already knows the numbers I'm going to present right now. The German Judo Federation started off with, in 2010, with 168,000, then went down to 132,000, It's going to be a loss of 36, and then even went down further. So over 10 years, we had like 55K members, a loss of 55K members. I know the German Judo Federation is quite big in comparison to not all, but most of the others, but still this is like for us was like a huge hit. I don't know our numbers now, but we seem to be on an upwards trajectory. But this is also something we would like to know from you guys, like how your member statistics are right now and what you can expect in the future. And then we also thought about like, who are we really talking about? Like, do we have like a lot of girls? Do we have like a lot of boys, male or female? And for the German Judo Federation, DGB does mean Deutscher Judo Bund, so that's the German word for that one. We normally have like a distribution from 30% female, 70 male. It's like really interesting. Our female athletes are way better than our men at the moment, at least. But if we look at the judoka under 18, it changes a little bit. So somehow on the way between like under 18 up to the senior level, we're going to lose some of the girls. So one of our ideas actually is also like to focus a lot on the female side to get more girls into judo, or then keep them into judo actually.
So can you change? So the first 3 months of this year, we've been having a big discussion and preparing action plan. And this action plan, of course, will involve trying to understand what are the opportunities and the downfalls for developing such a big community, which we don't have financial means or human, I don't like the word human resources, but we don't have the team to involve all of these participants in judo within the EJU activities, because right now we have the OTCs, the international training camps, we have the European Cups and the continental competitions in the cadets, juniors, seniors, veterans, kata, Paralympics, but that's the limit for the activity of the European Judo Union. And if we want to make this more than sport, we have to really find the way to touch with the other population. So we made this assessment to see, this is a little bit pushy, but I just wanted you to feel a little bit tension. And we found that there's no lobby around the more than sports concept. It's not really inside the political level. We're talking about the ministers of sports. We're talking about the managers of each city, sports level, educational level. We are just another sport. We're not really using this power of being much more than a sport. At the same time, of course, we cannot say there are no studies. There are quite a lot of studies, but we are lacking the level of studies that other sports like athletics, swimming, football, they have a background of investigation which is much stronger than us. And we cannot keep saying that judo is more than a sport, that judo is very important for the child development or inclusion if we don't have the scientific data that is justifying that. And now with the Erasmus Plus the project development, we found those gaps. We started to look for studies, and it's not easy to find the right information. So we are really counting on Emanuela and all of the scientists on this platform to help us to push and to investigate much further, because judo is actually very practical. But Mr. Jigoro Kano introduced the scientific side of it, so we really have to push this. So, merchandising. Actually, I'm an expert in merchandising, and I have worked with football, basketball, and different sports that lead the way in terms of merchandising. Even karate and taekwondo are quite strong in this field. And for some reason, judo is not. Merchandising, it's something that you can use for the good or you can use for the bad. There are educational merchandising, there are promotional merchandising, all kinds of small gadgets and tools that we can use to interact with our judo more than a sports community, let's say. So, having this in mind, we would like to, we would like to present a possibility of what should be the definition of judo for children. So, we have under 18 competitors that are running the EJU circuit in training camps and World Cups, and of course European Continental Championships. These athletes are not part of our commission. They are inside the sports commission. They are a high performance pathway. So it's a different set of involvement. Even if we're talking about scientific level, the type of science that is developed for these judokas is completely different. So this is not part of the Judo for Children's Commission, okay? Then we have registered or licensed judokas who are not competing at this level. Maybe they compete at national level, maybe they compete at regional level, maybe they don't compete at all, but they are licensed judokas. They're doing judo, they're making their grading, maybe they are young referees, maybe they are already studying judo in their schools, but this is a huge percentage of judokas that we have no contact with them, and they have no relationship with the EJU brand. If I'm saying something stupid, please stand up. There is a tatami over there, and we can discuss. But it's an open communication, and then at the end, we can discuss some of these points. So, but still, we think that there is another small or another very big platform on this triangle. And this is participants in judo values, educational or promotional programs. What we mean by that is any person under 18 that participated in some activity related to judo. Maybe they don't had tatamis, maybe they don't had judogis, maybe, but that activity had the values of judo. And that's very easy to decide what kind of activities are within the judo values, okay? If we start by respect, the bowing, ukemi, if we have conditions to do it. And there are even a lot of exercises that can adapt ukemi without tatami. It's still judo. It's still judo values. You know, you remember that judo was coming from jiu-jitsu, and it's not so many times done with tatamis. So these events, I'm sure that every one of you already did it, already developed it, already participated. As you know, when we are sportsmen and people recognize us on the streets, they come up to you, and they say, oh, when I was a little boy, I did judo, I remember. And you go crazy, you say, so many people, but they are not involved in the community because they don't have the direct link to high performance. So the plan is to forget that top of the pyramid, which is already quite well organized and it's running fantastically, and just to focus on these two levels. So we can integrate them in our community, we can have them under our label, we can have access to them, we can use them to study them, to know how many they are, what are their interests, how does judo really interact with them, if it's really changing their lives. And of course, in that last level, we have to remember that kids under 14, they depend on parents, they depend on their peers, they depend on the teachers at school, they depend on so many other people that are involved in the more than judo community. So this is the framework that defines exactly for whom we are working with. Maybe I can make a small break, and if anyone would like to question this or to give an opinion or to, because this definition is quite important, because as soon as all of us understand what is judo for children, then we can start to work. Because if there is a small difference between me and you or her, then we are not talking about the same thing. We cannot go the same way, okay? So we will have time to discuss this if you don't have immediate questions.
No questions or remarks?
For now?
Okay.
Okay, so let's move forward. So for this, we identified 2 pathways, all right? So this is like our working plan. Inside the commission, we are talking about kids under 18 who are not competing in the EJU circuit. And their coaches, of course. So we have club pathway, which licensed judokas who are registered in their federations and are practicing judo, competing or not, but not involved in EJU competitions and training camps. And then we have the educational programs, promotional programs. Let me give you some examples. Summer vacations, we have children participating in these judo values programs. We have extracurricular small blocks in public schools. We have some countries like Hungary that have their own educational system where judo is part of the curriculum, which is very, very rare. We have countries like Portugal where judo is not part of the curriculum, but is inside something called fighting with wrestling, and the teachers try to do something, but anyway, it's an experience. And now in many countries, we have already professors in the university that are coming from judo and that have the chance to really educate PA teachers to learn the basics of judo, because judo is not dangerous. Gymnastics maybe is a little bit dangerous, swimming, but not judo. So this is a big field of opportunity of people who are already. Yes, we have here a small.
Okay. I just wanted to say that these pathways, clubs and schools, are sometimes combined, because clubs are using school premises for their activities, but working with the children from that school and other schools as well. So we have also the mixed pathway as well as one of the model. Just this, thank you.
Okay, Sandra, thank you so much. That is a very good remark. Basically, we will put link between the two pathways. And but it's very clear that even if you are doing judo in school, if you are licensed, you become, you know, a judoka and you are in the federation system. It doesn't matter if you're doing judo in school or if you're doing judo in a private club. That the big difference between these two pathways is, are you licensed or not licensed? Because those numbers are important for the federation. Those numbers are going to the Minister of Sports, and probably they will help you to get funding and so forth. But why not? We can have also a way of identifying these children and to have some kind of licensing for them. It could be possible. It could be a way to go. We will see. But it's very important for us to know who is what, who is doing what, how many children, and the outcome of these programs. And this is something that we have to work very seriously with the scientific department, because we need to know the statistics and they need to access the data. So, continuing. Small chart with the age groups that we propose, more or less, for us to work in different levels of development. This is in Europe, small different systems, but in general, this is how we work. From 0 to 6, we have like pre-judo, let's say. I am a big fan of pre-judo because gymnastics, swimming, the biggest federations in educational development, they are doing it. Why not in judo? It's, I would say 3 years old for this reason. It depends on the maturation of the children, but they are not using diapers, which is, I think, important. And they can use a judogi, and they can start to understand the relationship with the other. Before that, the children is very within herself, and she's not interested to interact with another children. So I would give this, this is not scientific, okay? It's not studied. I don't have a reference, but maybe it could be an interesting line of study. Maybe there are already, but within my practice, I work with about 3,000 children in kindergarten and different public schools, and I think it's quite a big improvement to work pre-judo with these children in public schools, and it's something to be discussed, because when I was just a coach, I would say, before 6 years old, that's not judo, they don't know nothing, they cannot even do kumikata. Yeah, it's true, but we can teach them other important, very important basic skills that judo will help them. So this is, because really, between 7 to 9 years old is when we start to teach Gokyo, for sure. But let's try to find these criteria for all together.
Nuno, just a small detail to avoid any misunderstanding. It's written who are not competing in the EJU circuit or tour, because if we let the circus, it's not looking very serious. So we will adapt the typing. It's circuit or tour. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Marina, for the observation.
Yeah. I thought you guys were sleeping, man, but you are really taking
we
this
are awake.
serious. It's okay. Cheers.
It's not written down, so that should be okay. It's just like that.
So sometimes it's a little bit circus, but so now for the goals, I will pass Okay, so just 1 second. All right, yeah. So now for the goals. Having a good definition of our population, let's try to discuss the goals. And the beginning for us is that looking to our society, the best way to reach this population is probably to build a community. We have now access to digital technology, and after the pandemic, we did a lot of great experiences with Judo, which most of us thought it would be impossible. And we want to create a digital community around this theme of more than Judo. Create a specific brand, a specific logo, and specific contents so we can reach them in their own environment and tell them that they belong to us. We are together. You are part of the EJU. And of course, this is a big discussion. The merchandising of the EJU, the labeling of the EJU should reach to these people, should reach to the coaches on grassroots, should reach to the children who are participating in these events, should reach to the school teachers that are in small village in Croatia or anyone else. They should feel part of the EJU. Like so many people say, that's the hardest job, is to teach Judo on the grassroots. But the national coaches are the ones who are on the spotlight, are the ones who take home the judogi saying EJU. So this is our idea, our concept of how we could, with small things, we can bring these people into our community. And also, if we can create a platform, and we are already developing that software, it will be available in September. The platform will have the possibility to have online certifications, online coaching education programs, online presentations and discussions of scientific work that's being done, even to create, let's say, Moodle community for people to interact their different scientific studies or Erasmus programs. And this platform should be linked with our social media directed to these different themes. Adapted Judo, where are you? How can we reach you? How can we push you to send us some videos with what you're doing? How can you push your community in your own place and be one of the stars of the EJU? You had silver medal, but we want to promote that. We want people to see you, to show your daily life. We want to connect that with our EJU top-level champions like Barbara today. This is the work that has to be done. It's not easy because it's a big community. It takes time to build it. But if we have your support, we believe that in September we can start with the beginning of the year to have this platform to help us, the EJU logo in their hearts. This is why the judogis need to have the EJU logo when we give it to them. This is why when we have small bags, small goodies, maybe they cost €5, €4, but the connection of these people to the EJU is very strong. And as you know, all of the big business were built with data collection. So if we can collect the data of millions of people that are related to judo right now, we will have a big power to promote more than sports, and probably we will help that the sports sector can become even stronger. So this is really the concept, the idea behind the education sector. And then if we raise good lobbying with this community, if we can reach the European Commission, and we have good Erasmus Plus projects all working in the same line, if we have the best practices at the reach of one touch on the mouse, so we can show it to our politicians, our regional sponsors and all of this, then we have the evidence to show that judo is more than a sport. So this is just a blueprint, a lot of work to be done, but this is something that we help to build together. We are bringing ideas and concepts from different countries. We had this workshop in December. A lot of people gave us a lot of good feedback, a lot of good intel, and it's not the main concern of the educational sector to explain how to teach judo. This is the job of the regional associations, the federations, and so forth. We can have a syllabus, no problem about that, but we are not going to teach you judo. We are going to teach you how to join the community of more than sport, the children, the adapted, all together under the same brand, and that we can have access, direct access to you. Of course, the federations will be our intermediaries, but this is what we need to do. So, next slide.
As Nuno just presented, we have like some lofty goals, I think, but they are manageable as long as you got a good action plan. And for this year, we have made as a plan until the end of this year. Nuno already attended the European Sports Forum in Stockholm, start of May. So that's one thing he also mentioned is like the topic of lobbying. We also have to find for the sports of judo the right people to talk to on a political level, in the European Union, in the regional, and the national level and the regional levels. Then we had our first team workshop in Munich for one very productive day, I think. And that was amazing that we planned everything for this. And today we are here in Porridge for the workshop. So half of the year is already done. We're gonna have like a second workshop during the are planning to have a second workshop during the European Championships in The Hague in September. And then there is this big project that has been done with Erasmus Plus. So if you want to know anything about this, Katja is your go-to person. And Nuno can explain it very well because she's involved in that also. The European Week of Judo Values with 3 clubs from Lisbon, Rijeka, and Ljubljana. And then we're gonna have the World Judo Day, where we also like gonna participate with some actions, some great this year. I'm not quite sure if the date is already fixed or not. Well, that's gonna be in December. So this is our action plan for this year. And as milestones for that, we have like for end of May, the best practice platform, which is Florian Ellmann from Bavaria, like also German, already developed, or he showed us like a really good way to do that. So hopefully we're going to show it to you. Then we're going to have like a Judo Ethical and Healthy Values Judo for Children toolkit. This is something we want to develop. And as Nuno already said, it's also nice to be recognized in the community. So we try to do, or we're going to try to find some ways to not only like present like the national team members, the champions, and the national team coaches, but also like people who work on the grassroots, people who work in the clubs, the coaches there, that they can get like also like be rewarded for what they do like every day. Because as Noor already said, like national team coach is a hard job for sure, but they're always in the spotlight, and I think we need to highlight a little bit more the people doing like the daily work for that. And in connection with the European Week of Contribution, this is where you guys and girls are coming in again.
So before we start with the contributions, I would like to pass the mic again to Sanda, that is being quite active, which is very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Besides doing my job in the Croatian Judo Federation, I'm also one of the education directors of International Judo Federation. And just would like to inform you, but of course you know that IGF also has a commission for children that is very active one. And last year, I know that one of the Erasmus project on Judo for Children, where the EJU collaborated with IGF, and they made the result of the Erasmus project is one of the, I see it is almost a book guidelines on the education, physical education teachers and coaches, how to teach judo, but with a lot of entertainment. And I would like that these results of the Erasmus would not be kind of lost in space. It would be nice to use it. So please check also maybe for the other project of that commission. And as also EJU, it will be nice that we kind of harmonize the work with you know, IGF and EJU commissions. So maybe we can collaborate together, maybe some, you know, work together. It is also some other commissions that include children, like Judo for Peace. Nicholas Messner is doing quite a lot of the activities all around the world that includes women and children as well. So just to be sure that we are kind of synchronized. Yeah, okay, thanks.
Thank you so much, Sanda. Yes, that is a very good point. Actually, we invited the Judo for Children's IGF Commission in our last workshop in December, which was amazing. Now that we are finalizing internally our strategy, our goals, our work plan, after all of this has been certified by you guys, I think we are in conditions to meet with the Judo for Children's IGF Commission and to find points of leverage, because they are already doing a lot of work and we want to follow the guidelines of the IGF and try to bring something to add up to that. If every continental organization can do this, it would be really amazing for the Judo for Children. As you know, which is something that already is quite strong at European level, and we have to be synchronized with that. Also because it's the beginning of the season, it's where we are with our clubs open to get more athletes. So let's try to work together with everyone and raise the numbers of our community. So in continuations, let's pass the floor for you, and this is what we ask of all of you participants. Inline, offline, everybody is part of this needs. So please, let's try to have a common definition for all EJU members and federations about what is Judo for Children. We will put it on our website, and please, if anyone wants to find small bugs, small things that we could adapt, It's a work on progress. We just want to understand really what is our community and where should we focus our action plan. We want to have updated data of the Judo for Children population in all the members of the federations. So we want to know exactly how many children are doing judo in each year and what kind of children are involved. Any numbers are important as long as we have the same criteria for all the federations. So we need at least one point of contact in each federation. Of course, not all the federations have somebody exclusively related to children's judo. But if every federation has one point of contact where me and Malte or anyone from the education team can contact by email or WhatsApp, it would be fantastic, because we really need to have this communication running. And as you know, it's at the beginning, it's not easy to reach everybody. And through this point of contact, we can ask all the information, and we can also give all the information necessary. And finally, we want to know the best practice. We want to have in our platform all of the practices that are being done, because we want to describe them, we want to study them, we want to award them, and we want to show them to our community. If you have interest to search for certain type of exercises for adapted people, you can go on the platform and look and try to find the right exercises. You want to see testimonials of some kind of event or project within a population that are with a certain specific disability. All of that is knowledge that we should share in the same space. Okay, so we created this timetable so we can have some deadlines. So if every one of the federations could contact the EJU, giving us email and phone number of one contact person until the end of the month, would be fantastic. Also, the data of your demographics for children under 18 until the end of August. Also, that would be amazing to have these numbers. Let's work with the numbers of 2022 if possible, because probably it's more easier to have them updated. We will also explain exactly what kind of numbers we need. Is basically any kind of content that you have, as long as you identify the age group, what is the theme, which club, which federation, who is in charge. This is what we already have some examples coming from December, and it's quite easy then to contact you. And then the stories, you know, to have a community is to be in love, you know. The big communities are all based on love, on sharing, on Jita QA. So if you have stories, if you have any kind of events that you think this community should know, please share it with us, and we will try to give them some spotlight, working together with our media team. And in September, we don't like to open up too much because it's not completely decided, but the idea is very simple. We start the season in September with the European Week of Judo Values. This year we found a theme which is Play for Peace, which is quite important theme right now. We will have one judo value per month, starting with respect. We will add 4 specific civic values each year because we only have 8 judo values. And every month we will dedicate one of these values for pedagogical reasons. And we will end the school season with the Judo Festival in Porek, and we hope that we can come to an agreement to have it after school, not during school. And if we can find a way together with you guys to run this annual program, maybe we will have some events that we can discuss in the next sessions. This is what we think it will work. This is the plan, but we will see how it works. But for sure, we will need your help to make the machine move, because you are the people who make the EJU, all the participants, the people who make the EJU. So if the demand is great, then we will have a chance to make it go further. So I hope you enjoyed this first workshop, and now we are open for feedbacks, questions, testimonials. Just feel free.
Thank you very much, Nuno and Malte. Let's open the floor for a discussion. We need to respect a little bit the schedule. So I propose, even despite Nuno is having a Swiss watch, he was a little bit late on 5 minutes, but we will offer him a new Swiss watch to be on time. Let's open for 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes, then we go for lunch, okay? But who have remarks, questions or so on, please just go on. Denisa, you want to, oh, there are some other people because I see you gesticulating, so.
Could you please give us more details on how to send the best practices, where, to email address or upload direct on the platform?
We can, so long, okay. You can send it to us actually, and then we will connect with Florian Ellmann, who is running that one. So he's the one uploading it.
Yeah, that's actually a good question, Denisa, because the presentation of Nuno Matti was very good. It shows you the thoughts that we're having, the direction where we want to go, but on the same time, of course, we need a little bit more time to synchronize and coordinate. But regarding the specific point of the platform, you can send the content or to Malte, or to Nuno, or to Marina, or to Katja, or to me. It's no problem. We are all having eju.net email address. Just send it, because now we have actually the platform, but we need to put content on it. So any ideas or everything you can put on it, and then you can see what is ongoing. This platform is easy. It's what Nuno also said at the end regarding the timeline. Just send and we put on it, and we will charge it, we will program it and structure it. And month per month, you will have more and more on it. We'll also discuss scientific studies and so on. At the moment that you know, I'm in discussion with a couple of people to have a scientific commission in education department. I would like that Manuela overtakes the lead, so we'll have a discussion today about this. She knows already about it, that we have all these theoretical points where you can afterwards go on it, check on it, and have the information. And this part would also be on the platform afterwards to get the information. So we're working on this. We're also working quite deeply with all the topics regarding goodies. How can we offer something to our community that they can identified themselves with the EJU. So this is ongoing. We just need to find the good mixture between the costs that is bringing on our side and what we're going to give you, and where can we get also a bit some funding back that we don't have too high expenses. This is normal, this is economical functioning, but we will get a solution. The dates by end of August was Nuno said with to get a contact person or so on would be good. We need also from our side, EJU, maybe to send a global email and so on. End of June, sorry. So this maybe is a bit ambitious, but we are ambitious, so we can work on it and we will see how it goes. But this could be good. And in the introduction with Malte regarding the federations, what is the evolution of their members? Is it going up, down, stable? The gender proportion are, I think, very important topics that we need. So I will look on the side of the EJU that we can send such a kind of survey to all the NFs, that we get the information to evaluate a bit the situation and then to see what kind of program we could be able to implement to get, for example, an equal gender, and with that we have at least 50% women and 50% men practicing judo. But this for sure we can do. And for me, the last point also, Sanda is with IGF and EJU, Judo for Children for sure, and Nuno said it very well. We were preparing a bit everything on our side to structure the thing, to know where we are, what direction we go, and now maybe we're far enough to get the contact and to have the coordination and to keep on going, implementing maybe some other Erasmus projects. We deposit this year, Katja, 8 or 9 projects, no? Erasmus. 7 of them. So normally you don't have an approval of all 7 of them, but at least if you have 3 or 4, and if we're able to do this every year, I mean, in 3 or 4 years, we will have about 10, 12 Erasmus projects, which is quite interesting. So it takes time. It's an ongoing process. We need a little bit of patience, but as Nuno very well said, we need you. You need to provide us information, content, topics, then we can do something. Any other questions before Denise asks another question?
So in terms of building the community, I think it's important to separate how to attract new persons to come and join our community and how to keep the ones that we are having. Because from my experience, I'm telling you, in Romania, for instance, judo is not so popular. It was when we got an Olympic medal, everyone is, wow, let's see what is judo, but then no other medals, no other persons coming to judo. So I think now that we have the social media, which is so powerful nowadays, and we have some good mentors or good sports people, or I don't know, influencers, maybe we can invite them and share with them a judo hour lesson and to explain exactly what is judo, what do you learn, what is the outcome. You underline the educational values, falling school, and other very important aspects that it brings to you. Also, I think it's important to show the parents that also girls can practice judo, because they have this impression that judo is only for boys. Every time I didn't see equality in any judo clubs. So I think this is also very important. And it's also important to educate the coaches that want to train kids, that you said. And I think it would be very interesting to get this study from the Erasmus project that Mrs. Sanda Chorak said, and share with all of us, because it's very, if it's possible, it would be very useful. The pedagogy is very important when you're teaching kids. The kids are feeling, if you go there just to like a normal job and you want just to finish it, and the kids feel if you have the passion, if you are involved, they want to come again, and they ask their parents, wow, when is the judo class? I want to join again, I want to go again. Yes, so these are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah, I will just continue. Regarding gender equality, just want to also inform you that we noticed on the IGF also that when promoting judo, probably promotional materials and the values that are kind of more attractive for male population are there. So we are working on kind of a small informational materials, what values can be used to attract more girls to judo. So it's now in progress. Larissa Kiss from IGF is working on this, and probably in a few months we will do something to the benefit to the all colleagues. Also, as IGF, and I'm chair of the Gender Equality Commission, we are organizing from time to time roundtables on the gender equality issues. So of course, we have the names of the chairs in your countries that are running gender equality, but please, if it's not the case, please check. If there are no one, please send me information who is responsible for gender equality issues in your countries. So yeah, and one more remark that maybe can help us researchers in judo. When working on examples of best cases, it will be very good that someone work on a template so that everybody use the template, like title of the project, leader of the project, even to put the photos in it, the content, the goals of the project, what are results, and so on. So when having the same template, someone, after receiving 10, 20 best cases, can make a summary of all those. So we can all maybe benefit more. If we have different, description of all the cases, it is kind of hard to make conclusions. So this is just my remark. I'm not interfering. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Sandra, it's great that we have someone representing the IGF in the with two fields, Federation and now the IGF, because here we are interacting directly with you, and we like Sergey said, first we just wanted to understand what would be our identity, our plan, how we can move. And now we need to find good partnerships and to discuss this with, of course, our partners, number one, IGF, and maybe other continental organizations. And we really need to stick together so we can move this community, because this community has people from Europe already in the IGF organization and programs, and we just have to really work together. One last remark, which is we are already thinking about 2024. It's Olympic year. It's a very important year. We have already a set, not 100, but we have a set of events for the education sector that we need to be approved. And next year, our theme will not be peace, but our theme will be gender equality, will be judo for girls. And we want, every year, we want to be quick to say to everyone what's the theme. So right now, after this workshop, we want everybody to know the next 3 months, you have to prepare yourself to promote judo for peace, play for peace. In your judo schools in September, when we open the clubs, this is our message for the world. Respect. Next year, if everything goes to plan, it's open the club for girls, is to communicate that it's for girls and for boys and for everyone. Now we have not just two genders, so it's a little bit more complex, but it's for everyone. And I think we did a good job. Sorry about this Portuguese Swiss watch, but it was our first meeting, so really thank you for your support, and let's put the EJU more than a sport in our hearts. Thank you very much.
now we have lunch until 2:30. It's just outside here. We overtake all the lunch plus the drinks, but non-alcoholic drinks. If you drink alcohol, it's your own problem and responsibility on the level on how responsible and serious you are this afternoon. Okay? Enjoy your meal. See you later. Don't forget the sunglasses. Marina? Okay. Welcome back to every one of you. We are going to keep on with the plan. We had 4 participants who arrived during the first session this morning. I would shortly like to present them to you. It is Rudy from the Netherlands and Joost, no? So they're the 2 from the Netherlands who just arrived a bit later. Then we have Mladen from Bosnia and Herzegovina. And last but not least, Sanja from Croatia. So a warm welcome to all 4 of you. If you want to know who is who, you will talk to them during the coffee, okay? Because we're not going to do around the table again. No problem. Okay, then we will start now with the presentation of National Federation, the best practices of children's judo program. Malte, if I'm right, we have 4 or 5? 4 presentation. We plan for this 4 presentation about 1 hour. So it's about 10-15 minutes per presentation, and then we have open round with different questions. Then we do the coffee break, a bit more than 15 minutes because we will not have the Croatian coffee breaks. Don't forget that for tonight, all of you are invited to the dinner, which will be at directly after, or we do a small break, half an hour, and we go at 8. Okay, then we will see how we get forward, and if we're in the plan or even a bit in front, then I do the proposal. We have a small rest, and we have the dinner at 8. All of you are invited, and what? Here, same place, with a fantastic surprise for you. The alcohol drinks will be included tonight. To tell you thank you for the constructive workshop that we're gonna have this afternoon, I hope. Okay? Good. Thomas, don't forget to give the greetings to your friend. We all think about him. We're missing him since Munich because we had a good laugh with him. I will explain you the story of Mr. Dick Russelhart, but this is a bit long story about it. Okay. Slava, you start, no? Good. I give you the microphone. Oh, you have one near you? No, I give it to you.
Okay, hello everyone again. So now I speak about Judo in School project in Croatia. I throw to the history and explain how we work in Croatia. So this is short chronology. So we start 2008, 2012. We start thinking in Croatian Judo Federation about value of judo in school, and we contact in school. We have advantage because our kinesiologists who working in school, like peer teachers, we have a 76 hours judo like subject in university. So everybody knows something about judo. And also is the small part of judo is in curriculum in the school. We try to develop this system in school. We're with throw to the presentation. We're doing a lot of big number of presentation and working cooperation with Ministry of Sports, Science and because this has changed the name, Ministry of Education, School Sports Association. This organization is separate than without is not in Olympic Committee, and he care about sports in the school. And in this time, the judo is not part of the School Sports Association. So we go around the whole Croatia to demonstrate the judo and the value of judo and etc. And after that, this is example. I'm going around all Croatia, from the south to the north, west, east, and doing amazing numbers of presentation. Of course, every presentation is with principal of the school and the support of the Ministry of Education. This is very important because in other way you're doing good demonstration for just one sport, but without support and without value of Ministry of Education. In the same time, we meet many congress for the principal of the school, of the primary school, and explain what is the value of judo. This is not just because it's a one sport more in your school, then also it's very important to show and explain the value of judo, especially very good, a very big impact in behavior. So, and also I need to explain that is some clubs working in the school, so some school have a connection with judo before, so it's not something completely new. Also, we're going to Congress of the Ministry of Education, Science and Sports, and also to explain the value of judo. So generally, we have a lot of work and presentation and explanation to share the judo values in our society. Okay. Also, we're working from around the Croatia with many congress and a small meeting and for the kinesiologists, for PE teachers who work in the school, and try to help him to start judo and support judo in school. This is very successful because a lot of them have a good experience during the study, so his judo is nothing new for him. We make the book. The book is originally created for PE teachers to help to how to work judo. The key points is the methodics. So we're doing every judo techniques in the three different way. One way is three different level. First level is the just game. Second level is the game with little judo, and the last phases is the judo techniques. So example, we have some games, grasshopper, everybody knows. Second part is the keep the grip and doing the same game. This is a little contact with judo, and the last you learn the ashiharai example. So in this way, for the PE teachers and or for the coaches, it's not too difficult to work, because if you don't know the last phases very well, you're doing just first two, the games and games with a little judo. But main thing, the very important, that is we're doing in judo way, so everybody learn the bow, the behavior, the respect, and all judo values. Yes. Yes, it's very expensive, but no problem.
Or should we learn Croatian?
No, I have in English also.
Perfect,
yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay. And of course, in the same time, we contact the European Judo Union and IGF. And in this time, we have an answer very fast from IGF. Sorry, not for EJU. Very late. We have some communication problem. But very soon after the contact with IGF, we have a support. We receive support to IGF and the President Marius Wieser, and we start to develop agreement, contract between the Croatian Judo Federation, Ministry of Sports, Education and Sport and Science in Croatia, and International Judo Federation. And in this time is officially starts our project in Croatia. Later, EJU also start to support, not support, just check and visit. So this is one picture that visit to Zagreb to see how judo school work. In this time we have also it's very important the impact of the project. The impact is it's fantastic. You know, this is a newspaper. In the front of the page you see judo start to be a subject in primary school. But this is not correct. This is not correct. This is a newspaper thesis, but we don't say nothing because it's good for us. and also it's a lot of this picture in the middle. This is a Central News and national television show how is the judo start working in the school, and so this time is very good timing for judo. Then we start growing in the part of judo school. After that, we start to be official school sport, before not, and we organized 2014 the first national school judo sport competition, and after that, every year is the national. We have a regional and national school championship. This is a letter from Ministry of Sports, Education and Science, who sent to all principal, all the school, to support judo for the school. So this is very important and historical letter, because for us it's very important that some official ministries support judo to all school.
Brother, just 5 more minutes, please. You have 5 more minutes. Can you make it?
Okay, yeah.
Yes. Thank you.
I know. Don't worry. I'm professional. Yeah. Okay. 2015, the Croatian Judo Federation received the awards from International Olympic Committee for the best innovation judo at school. So also is a very important part. And 2 days before, the president of the Croatian Judo Federation, Sanda, this is a school sports association. We have another contract with school sports association. Now we're working very close and very deeply. We have a lot of project and a lot of idea. So also this is a good way to develop. And questions? If some questions.
Thank you, Slavic. Maybe we will leave the questions for the final block, which is the block for the discussion. And just like to thank you so much for this presentation, and to tell you that it's really a pleasure to see all the work that has been done in the Croatian Judo Federation. It's probably one of the best models of the new generation of judo for schools. So a big round of applause for Slava, for the Federation.
Thank you. This picture is we make the one videos from during the Corona time, the COVID time. So I was Professor Baltazar, and we make the video in the boat. So I'm with Baltazar in the boat. Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot. Next up, we're gonna have GB, Great Britain Judo, with Karen Roberts, who's joining us online, hopefully.
Croatia, can you hear me?
Oh yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thanks a lot.
That's the first test. The next test is trying to share the screen, so we'll see how we go. Thank you very much for inviting British Judo along today to present at this inaugural event. We're very excited, and I'm sure Ronnie shares in that opportunity for us. I'll now share my screen, hopefully.
This looks good. We can see.
You've got it?
Yep, we
Great.
can see your presentation.
Fantastic. Okay, so I had a conversation with you guys a couple of weeks ago about what's British Judo up to at the moment in the space
Karen,
of
just
judo.
could you go into presentation mode, please? Because
Yeah.
we're going to see the whole
Are
screen.
you on?
Yeah, no, this
Yeah,
looks
you got it. Great.
amazing. Thank you.
Okay, and so a piece of work that we've been working on now for about a year is a review of our competition experience for children. So we've labeled this project British Judo Progressive Events. And it was started because our events manager, who didn't come from judo, just asked us all a very simple question, and that was, what is the purpose of the competition and how does it differ through the LTAD? And this seems like an obvious question, but actually with the changing culture in our country, we had to really think about this, because we understand that competition is around development and they should provide new interactions with judo for the young participants. And it's also an opportunity for them to connect with the wider judo family when they come into these environments. But we started to realize that this should look different. When we think about the LTAD, it's really clear that competition should look different. It's for different reasons. It's for social development, emotional development, before we get on to even technical development application. But it's also an opportunity for people to see the other pathways of judo, the referees, the officials, the coaches, and how they all work together. But what we then had the question of is, so why do they all look the same? And actually what we've discovered is the environments that our children are going into to compete, and the parents that take them, they're actually experiencing just a watered down version of the World Tour. So the mats may be smaller, or the times of the contests might be shorter. The rules might be slightly different, but ultimately the format is only really suited to those who want to progress on a performance pathway, not necessarily just enjoy their judo experience. And so we started to think about, what should that look like then, if we try to deviate away from just a performance competition and actually an event that could inspire young judoka to continue with the sport they love and also see different aspects of the sport they love. Every time they go to an event, every time they go to a competition, it's another opportunity for them to fall in love with judo. So what could we do differently? We did a very, very quick poll with people, and actually the primary functions of competitions we discovered were the kids, they unsurprisingly, they want to have fun at competitions and they want to be safe at competitions. And then we started to build in some other ideas around being competitive and winning. But if we started to consider that fun and safety were at the center, we also wanted to consider how long our kids were actually interacting with judo when they came to our competitions. So Dave Clark, who is was hopefully going to be here today, but unfortunately can't join us, did a piece of work just looking at a typical judo event in the country that's labeled as a development event. And this event was something that's run in most of our regional areas, and is a standard competition format. He looked at 101 competitors. Probably looking at that, it's about a third of them were female, 2/3 male. And he broke down and looked at the grades that they came in at. But then most importantly, he looked at every one of those competitors and considered how much time they actually spent on the judo mat. This piece of work hadn't been done before in Great Britain. I'm sure it's been done across the globe before, but this was very interesting for us, because what it came out with was that actually the least that one of those competitors were on the mat for was 13 seconds, and the most was only 13 minutes. So we had children that would get into the car with their parents, perhaps travel anywhere between 30 minutes to 3 hours to a competition, and then this would be their engagement with judo, 13 seconds to 13 minutes maximum. Then they would get back in the car and return home from that experience. And so simply as an offer to parents and children, it feels like that's quite poor. Even if we considered them as a customer of an experience, it's poor. But also if we're considering how they use this experience to improve our sport. So we wanted to look at what other sports are doing. And actually in our country, I'm sure many of you know, rugby's very popular. They have a very strong framework around what happens as children progress through their age range, and how many minutes they will play in a competitive environment, and how that looks. And because the sport is more popular in the country at this moment in time, it's easier for those fixtures to be arranged. So people are not traveling as far, but getting much more of the sport that they've turned up to do. Similarly, in soccer, they produce a framework which not only looks at the time on task, but also the types of function that you will be receiving whilst you're on that task. And this has seemed like something that we would like to investigate further in British Judo, in terms of the events that we can offer the children that are engaging with judo. So at the moment, in summary, our offer would look like with events. A lot of it is around the fact that it is a lesser version of what they see our top fighters compete in. So actually there's a fear, there's then the cost, there's the time, the local opportunities, the lack of information. So we then wanted to also look at what's the best bits of what our competitions do. People do feel like they are safe and they do respect the work that the referees and the officials do. But from that, we needed to create a better offer. We're still working on this. However, we have been starting to run some pilot events that look a little bit different. And I'll just end on one of those in a moment. The next piece of work that we had a look at is, okay, so what's our level of expectation for each of the level of events? And we started to mind map so that we could send this out to our clubs and our coaches so that they could start to consider how they could put on competition events that would reach these things. So primarily focusing on that fun and safety has been at the heart of this. We've looked at level 1 and level 2 at the moment, purely because we feel that the level 3 and 4 are quite clear around what they try to offer. That this then moves into our performance pathway. So it's quite clear that at this point, we need to align much more closely to what these participants will experience if they start to travel around the country and around the world. But in these initial events, in level 1 and level 2, we have a freedom. We have a freedom to make sure that every engagement with judo is positive and is a stepping forwards of their career. And that career may be to a coach, to a referee, to an official, to a performance player one day. But we know that they stay within the judo family for far more longer. So this is just to highlight one of those pilots that I've spoken about, and this is happening in Judo Scotland at the moment, and this is Keizuku, and what they've tried to look at is how they can reward different aspects of the skills that are required in judo. Certificates are given, children are interviewed, and it's a far bigger event than just turning up and maybe having 13 seconds on the judo mat. We also get the young people to support the event so that they are mentored by other officials on the day. And we've had fantastic feedback from this kind of event. Today, in fact, we have the Surrey Youth Games, and this is being run in a very similar way. We have our young officials on the mat, and we have the young officials running the event for the young people. And it's overseen by adults, but ultimately it's the young people delivering the events for themselves. So just to kind of summarize where this came from, we really wanted to understand what is the purpose for our competitions and how does it differ for different participants. And we're really clear that this needs to look different for performance and recreation. But we're also really clear that competition just provides another interaction for people to have in judo. There are some non-negotiable factors, and I've put fun first, but safety is absolutely paramount. And then on a very kind of customer level, where we're considering the parent and the child the customer, they're investing their time and money every time they come to an interaction with judo. So we really do need to think about what's the level of judo engagement, what are the improvements that they're seeing in themselves when they attend these events, what are the friendships, what are the connections they're making, and the wider picture of the different pathways that judo can offer. And the stage that we're at the moment is what can we trial? So it's very difficult for change. As we all know, we're very used to how we've operated. However, our society and our culture have changed. And Kano was a pioneer. He was an innovator. He created a system that was for society. And society, as it changes, requires something different. So right now, we're at the stage of trialing different events for children that don't look like the conventional competition. and we're collecting the feedback and the evidence so that we can create that very similar framework to what we've seen in soccer. So I'm going to end there and thank you for listening and open up to any questions.
Thanks a lot, Karen, for your presentation. I'm not quite sure if you could hear the applause, but I think it was like really an really nice insight to see probably what we most of us already know, but like now with some numbers behind that. And it's really amazing to see what British Judo is doing with that. So yeah, any questions? Otherwise, we just said like we're going to put the questions to the last part of the sessions. But if anyone has like one urgent question right now, that would be okay. But no hand is going up, so we just gonna continue with Kata.
I understand it's difficult as well with being online, so I'm happy for my email address to be shared and any questions just to come direct afterwards. It's fine.
That would be amazing, and it also would be really nice if you could share the presentation with us via PDF. Just send it to me, please,
no
and then we can distribute it between all the participants.
Sure.
Cool. Then thanks a lot for that, and
thank you.
Hungary is up next with Kata.
I would like to welcome or present. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation to present here. This is the last one, please. The first one. Thank you and bye. Thank you. At the EJU Congress last year, I have given a long presentation about the process of integrating judo into school physical education at Hungary, so I tried to shorten it for today. That's why I will not talk in detail about this topic. The topic martial arts and judo have been included to physical education in Hungary since the national curriculum. School education in Hungary has been decentralized, at first with a bipolar regulation. Once the national curriculum, which is mandatory for all educational institutions, regulates as a core curriculum. The other document is a local curriculum of schools, which provides opportunities for the inclusion of local characteristics, strengths, and specialties in the curriculum. And an intermediate regulator, the so-called frame curriculum, has been in place since 2001, and it's for ensure accessibility and compatibility of requirements between the schools. So nowadays, combat sports, especially judo, are taught as part of school physical education in all grades, through from the 1st to the 12th within the literacy field of physical education and sport. The national curriculum is the first decentralized curriculum in Hungary and was published 1998. The designers followed the European models, so they have recognized that PE, centered only on gymnastics, athletics and ball games, had become uninteresting for students. So they have recognized that more varied and interesting modern sports disciplines were needed, which would better attract the interest of students. Main aim was to give the possibility for children to get to know as many different types of movement as possible in the school physical education. The new contents which were introduced in PE that time were following. You can see it on the slide. So combat sports and exercises, self-defense were the new contents. So judo is included in the school physical education curriculum alongside other combat sports such as wrestling, karate, self-defense, combat exercises and games. So these topics are for all schools mandatory.
However, there is another excellent opportunity for judo to become more prominent in school physical education in Hungary. According to the 2011 Act of National Public Education, schools shall organize physical education on a daily basis for 5 hours a week. So since this regulation, there are 5 lessons a week of PE available in schools in Hungary. This means in practice that a minimum of 3 lessons of PE per week are in the timetable obligatory for each class. The 2 additional PE lessons can be used in different ways by the schools. For example, students who exercise sport at a high level and have a certificate from an association can substitute 2 PE lessons a week by exercise their own sport in a club. This must be certified by the club to the school at the beginning of each semester. Another option for the schools is to choose from accredited framework curricula like skill building, chess or archery, or you can see some examples on the slide. And since 2016, judo can be taught as subject in the mentioned 2 physical education lessons per week in schools where the conditions are available. This judo curriculum is only available for the first 4 grades, from the 1st to the 4th, and only for the primary school children. And this curriculum is therefore optional only for schools which have the conditions for teaching judo where both the material and personal conditions are present. At the level of the current curriculum regulations since 2020, 3 sports are included: karate, judo, wrestling, plus 2 additional movement force, combat games and exercises, and self-defense. One of the 3 sports is obligatory for students based on the local choice of the school, but it is important to highlight that the theoretical and technical knowledge of the selected sport is obligatory for each student. In summary, for judo curriculum requirements, I would only mention that there is an emphasis on falling and rolling techniques, so the ukamiwaza, basic nage, and osai komiwaza of judo. I think it is important to mention that since 2005, it is allowed to choose PE as a 5th maturity subject in Hungary. The students have to pass a school leaving examination with 18 years in Hungarian language and literature, history, mathematics, 1 foreign language of their choice, and 1 optional subject of their choice. There are 2 levels of school leaving maturity examination in each subject, the upper or the intermediate level maturity exam. The PE maturity exam includes combat sports, so physical education teachers must prepare their students for the requirements. In the case of the intermediate school leaving certificate, the candidate can choose between swimming and martial arts or combat sports. But for the advanced or upper school leaving certificate, a knowledge of both is obligatory. In the field of combat sports, candidates must demonstrate, among others, the falling and rolling techniques of judo as well as the theoretical knowledge. For the obligatory teaching of judo in Hungarian schools, the presence of qualified PE teachers and coaches, as well as the existence of adequate infrastructure and material conditions, are also important. It is important to point out that the movement system of judo is only effective if it is taught under the guidance of a competent and credible teacher. Today, all sports science training include at least 1 semester of obligatory combat sport education, usually centered on judo. PE teachers study the basics of judo for several semesters as an obligatory subject at university level. For practicing PE teachers who have already graduated, there is the possibility to learn the basics of judo and to deepen their previous knowledge in the framework of short cycle training courses. All teachers must complete 120 credits of further training in every 7 years. In line with this, judo further training courses have also been designed to refresh, renew, and expand knowledge of PE teachers. In school, there is the possibility for students to exercise judo as an optional sport in the afternoons, even in a student sports cycle or in a club. In this case, a qualified judo coach can also hold the lessons, not only a PE teacher at the school. In addition to the existence of personnel, it is also important to mention another basic requirement of judo education in schools. Tatami, a suitable mat surface, is essential for judo training, and this can be a considerable financial burden for schools. This may be the biggest obstacle to judo education in schools. The Hungarian Judo Association has developed several possibilities to promote judo in school PE and to support the post-school education. The Hungarian Judo Association provides tatami surface for schools in order to create the material conditions for teaching judo in schools. On the slide, you can see programs that the Hungarian Judo Association supports in the field of school education. Within the framework of these programs, the association not only provides tatami surfaces and judogis, so the clothing, but also offers free training courses for PE teachers. The promotion of judo outside the primary and secondary education is also important for the Hungarian Judo Association. So judo appears at the university level too, but this topic would be longer, so I mentioned it only. I hope it was visible from my presentation that in Hungary, judo is trying to appear within the framework of school education, not only at primary and secondary level, but in a higher level. And I think we can reach from the first grade to the university level all of the students who are interested about this topic. If you have any question, I will happy to answer them, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot for the presentation, and I'm still envious of the Hungarian school program on that part, but yeah. Any questions that we said, like we're going to do at the end of the discussion after my presentation, which is going to start right now, and then, yep. I already presented this a little bit at the education workshop in Ljubljana last December. As you may remember, the German Judo Federation had quite a loss in members. So my predecessor actually started to think about like a way how to attract more children to judo and how to get more kids, even like in school, in the kindergarten, wherever, in contact with the judo and the judo values. And he decided on what I think is a good idea, on the first belt, the yellow-white belt, to make it, yeah, I would say like a little bit more easier to obtain. And so the part for that one is, of course, okemi would always be part of this belt. The controlled nagewaza, how to pin someone down on the ground. And of course, the judo values here represented as just as rei, but like all the other judo values you're going to see later on the certificate actually for the 8th Q. And of course, the universal stop signal with Maita, so that the kids really have this kind of framework, this kind of rules to go by, and yeah, get like first, I would say like first taste of judo. This is something, this kind of handout, we printed on a like DIN A4 paper, so we could give it like to every kid, so they really would know like what to do to get this kind of belt. Some clubs also added like little check boxes on it, so the coaches could, after every session, do a little check with them and see like how well they already progressed on that part. Was all like a nice thing. And as I said like beforehand, it's not only something judo coaches can award, but also like other people. We're going to talk about a little bit later. But in this also has always to be in cooperation with some clubs. You see in the bottom right corner, you can see just the top of the QR code down there. So what we did, like what the German Judo Federation did actually, was to leave this QR code or this place open, and every club could put their own address, their own website in there. So it's always like the possibility for the kids, for the parents, for the teachers, whoever, to get in contact with the club if they wanted to be a little bit more involved with the judo later on. So as I said, like there's no formal qualification needed to award this belt. So for example, PE teachers can do this, university students can do this. And it's also like quite interesting to see, because in Germany we are not centralized, we don't have a centralized government, all the educational programs are run by the regions, like how the regional federation work with this. And for example, North Rhine-Westphalia, which is the biggest region we have in Germany, where they have, I think, around 35,000 judo car right now. And they went to the biggest university, the University of Sports in Cologne, and managed to get into the course, or like to educate every PE teacher in the university, like every PE student in the university had to go through this course. So I don't know, over the last year, I think it was around like 300 future teachers who had the chance to do this little non-formal qualification, and they were able to award this belt to kids. Then, as you already have seen, the handout we printed for everyone, so they have like a little guidance, and there's also like a little bit longer guideline of, I don't know, it's like around 5 pages maybe, so really easy to read. So like everyone knows what the idea behind the belt and the thing is. As I said, they have to cooperate with a local club. So the certificate, for example, they have to order the certificate via the clubs. They can just do it like completely by themselves, because we always wanted to be the clubs involved in some way to get the members afterwards, because otherwise it would be just maybe nice to have this kind of belt, but we really want to do get the kids into the clubs and to continue in judo for that one. We really started that program start of this year. So in December I presented a little bit in Ljubljana, and it was quite interesting to see how many the certificates are actually sold by the German Judo Federation. And so far we have sold 15,000 in the first half of 2023, the current year. So I think that's quite a success with this one. I know that the goal is 100,000 over the next 2 years, so we see how good this comes, but I think it's a good start right now. And as I said, it really depends on the federations, on the regional federations, how good they are in getting into the universities, talking with schools, talking with kindergartens, and so on. This is the certification, or the certificate we got, so a little bit, and then as you can see right here, it's also like got all the judo values actually on it. So we always try in everything that we do to really involve the judo values and to teach the kids that judo is more than a sport about that. That was already from my side. So I think we can come back now into the question. Sergey? Yeah, okay. So I think we can come back like to the real discussion now. It would be really nice to get your opinions, maybe ask some questions about the presentations. And before you ask that, we will try to get all the presentations in PDF form by the presenters and then distribute it to every one of them. And they also, if that's okay for the presenters, will be the first part of our best practice online platform. Nuno has a question.
Yes, I have a question regarding the models of competition for children under 14. I would like to hear some experiences for different countries. What are you doing and what do you think it should be done? Because right now, as you know, there is some discussion about under 16 judo circuit for the EJU. And really, there are so many different models of competition and ruling. And it would be interesting to hear different best practice. So if anyone wants to share their own examples.
In Hungary, the government said we can make a competition under 10 years old children. So we started to do a Kodomo no kata competition. It's like a kata for the children. I think it's very good because we can do it online also. So the clubs make a video with 2 children, and they can do this video and send it to the coaches and the clubs, and we can share it together with everybody. Yeah. Thank you.
Anyone else on that part? I'm doing the runner now. Ah, nice. If someone on the other side has a question next, I'm going to be offended.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mladen Vukovic. I came from Bosnia and Herzegovina. About school judo, we got a competition on the regional level. We got 10 area, and every champion from that area go to the national competition in a school judo. And after they win, they got the gold medal and every type. I want to say my kids win that competition, and after that they go to Belgrade, where was a European school championship for martial arts. And they lose in that competition, but that is the good way to build our competition level from Regia to national level and European level in school judo. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to say about the kata in Hungary, it's a very good idea. I'm doing the same in Mexico because not same is similar. This is very good and easy start to develop the children competition. But world competition is a different meaning in this age because for our goal is how to develop the principle and values of judo for the kids, learning the basic techniques and so on. So the competition like Shiai, it's coming later. But also is fun and very easy for federation to organize it because everyone can recording in the clubs few kata or techniques or and so on and send to federation. And example in Mexico, the best 10 go to the first national kata championship in Mexico for children. So this is one example how we make. But later when we speak about the rules, also it's very important that we created the simple rules for this level, because if you giving the official rules, it's very difficult to understanding and judging. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I would be interested, brother and kata and maybe even in the other countries, because when we talk about judo in school, you have different concept. For example, we do have judo in school, but outside of the official program, where the people do one semester, 12 lessons, then they finish, and if they want to keep on doing it, they have to go in a club. And most of the time, we do have a coach coming from that region of the school who's teaching the lessons, that these kids afterwards get members of the club, so everyone is profiting, or it's a win-win situation. Then we have another concept where we do have judo who is integrated in the school program. So I don't know if it's a bit the case in Hungary, because you were talking about 3 lessons or 5 hours per week and so on. So this would be interesting, because I think the concept is completely different if it's integrated in the school program, or if it's just an offer that the school is giving at noon or after the school, and if you want to go, you can go. So this would interest me, because I don't know if the majority, that's just my thought, that maybe most of the time it's to the school program. And we do not have a lot of country where it's integrated into the school program. In Switzerland, I had the experience, and I did it integrate in the school program with a partnership, sponsorship, plus public funding, plus a club. And we had about 25,000 kids in all the country practicing judo for 4 years, and we did cycles on 4 years. When we went and discussed with the school, it wasn't just for 1 year, 12 lessons, it was really 4 years. Then we followed them with some scientific project. So I would be interested to know a bit in the different countries how it is. The second question is, how is the financial support? Is it 100% government funding? Is it half-half, or 60-40, or 70-30% public plus private? Because when I see the proposal, the presentation, I've got the feeling Croatia, Hungary is a bit more public and governmental support. Germany seems to be a bit more private or independent, and England also seems to be a bit more, the federation is doing the job and proposing something. These are my interpretation. I would like to hear the different experiences that you have, that we know a bit if we're talking the same or not. I don't know who wants to start or not.
In Great Britain, unfortunately, judo is not in the school programme, and most of the judo activity in schools is undertaken by coaches who are not necessarily members of the British Judo Association. So what generally happens is the judo activity takes place within the school. There is no transfer onto clubs. So after 2 or 3 years, the people who have a judo experience then move off, and they never touch the British Judo Association and are lost. We have tried on several occasions, including setting up a schools business within British Judo to teach, but it's proven extremely difficult to roll out on a national basis. So that's the real problem we've got. There has to be an effective mechanism to transfer to clubs, or all the effort that goes in schools is dissipated and dies.
If I understand you right, Ronnie, you have people on a private basis proposing judo in school and doing a lot of money, and you have nothing of it. Good. They are smart. I don't know who's that. You want to say something, brother? Summarize it.
Okay. Judo school is a very interesting topic, and this is a very good opportunity for judo. But really, some country is very difficult to implement, because it's not possible to go inside the school. Very difficult because of the law. But somewhere is very easy. So my proposal, like doing in the short way, example in Japan, judo is also not a part of curriculum. It's a part Budo, and in Budo you choose one of the 3 subjects: sumo, judo, or kendo. 75% go to judo, but in the same school have a judo school club. So because the Japanese sport is the throat to the education part, so is like in the United States. But for my opinion, the best way we cooperate together, you find a different example and you adapt it for your country. This is no other way. In some country is have a like private. I know, I understand. It's a private, but for the judo side also is good because a lot of kids go through to the judo and learn some basic, and after they receive some diploma, go to club. So we can choose, and we can. The best way we share the knowledge, and after that, everybody decides for self. Okay.
But you mentioned it's very difficult to get in the school in Croatia due to the law. What is so difficult?
No, in Croatia is not too difficult. Croatia is very easy because we have a part, the PA teachers and the kinesiologists have a judo like subject in university. So this is a part of a curriculum. So if also we have a school sports, judo is a school sport in a school sports association. So every school have a school sports club. So for us, it's a lot of opportunity to go to inside the school, but it's not the same in all country in Europe.
Nuno's next.
Yeah, this is a discussion that would be a workshop on itself, just the judo schools programs. But of course, Slavic is an expert on this field and somebody that will help us a lot with this because some countries have already made a progression to achieve a certain state, like in Croatia, where the government, the sports and education ministries are already including in the curriculum the judo discipline, especially I would say in primary schools. And this only is possible if in the university we are preparing PA teachers and even primary teachers to have the knowledge to promote these contents. So it takes generation to make it. But there are other possibilities, like in Portugal, the most common model, which I started, was instead of going to the sports departments in the municipalities, going to the education departments and to present a private model where you have the possibility to teach judo coaches and to teach the primary school coaches, and working with kindergarten where the curriculum is more flexible, where the contents of motricity are more important than writing and learning how to read and this, and emotional social skills are very, very important. So this is very easy to set tatamis on a kindergarten environment to help the kindergarten teacher to teach them the basic rules and values of judo, because it's the right time for children to learn these basic values in society. And then Rei, ukemi, and playing games, fighting games, these three are excellent tools for development. The problem is, in my opinion, that it's lacking the scientific support for us to deliver that for the people in the government that make the curriculums, because doctors and school teachers and all of these people, they don't know judo. They say you cannot do judo because it's bad for your back. It's not true. They say you have to swim because they don't have this technical experience to prescribe sports. And we do have it. So we have to speak with the doctors and speak with the teachers and speak with the politicians at the scientific level with the right data and the right scientific evidence. So that's, I think it's the big leap to get inside the schools, because on the other side, you can say, of course, that judo, everybody knows in the school system, everybody knows that judo is a great tool, but we lack to have this kind of support, evidence support, and we need to have a double certification, which means that I can teach judo coaches and I can teach PA teachers. If we have this double certification, it's much easier for us to deliver this contents and certificate people to do judo in schools.
Thank you, Nuna. I would like to know the position of Hungary, if it's integrated or not. And I would like to listen in Czech Republic, how is the situation due to the fact that in the last 10 years you have a big champion? Is there a correlation or not? And are there doors that were open due to the fact that you have a superstar? That would interest me. And if Italy wants to tell something, seguro, dai.
So who is going to be first, Czech or Hungary? Czech.
So in these days, the judo is not included in physical education in schools, but there is a possibility to for judokas to go for secondary school or university where they don't have PE, but they have only training sessions, let's say, in judo with others judokas. So it's quite hard to push judo into PE in Czech Republic, but at least sports schools, they are in Czech Republic.
And how's the situation? Do you have an increasing number of members, or you're in the same situation, a bit like Germany, maybe not so extreme, going down? Is there something? Is there the fact, because that is always said, that when you have very good champions, it's a motivation for kids and having more members? But is it the case?
The population of members in Czech judo, it's increasing because of thanks to Lukáš Krpálek. Now is judo more famous. It's more known in Czech Republic. So the members are coming, so many new members in small clubs or so in big clubs. And it really helped for Czech judo.
Okay, thank you. Italy?
I can bring my experience with Catautis project. It was not simple to go inside the school. It's not simple because with Catautis project, during 6 months, twice a week. In Italy, we have only 1 hour for the sports inside the school. So the teacher give us 1 hour, and it is not simple. For us, it's really important in all the projects that we do inside the field camp, put the scientific, because it's necessary to demonstrate what we have to do. So it's more simple to go inside the schools if we have a scientific data. It's really, really important. So this is our experience with kata autism. But at the start, this project was not simple, because they don't understand how is important the judo inside the school, not only for the autistic children, but for all the class, all. This is my experience.
Grazie.
No, in Italy, the problem is not only judo, it's the sport at school. We don't have the environment, and our federation is a complex federation, so it's difficult to push only judo. We have to push all combat sports, so the school is a very difficult field to try to have some lessons.
Another thing that is really important is the training for the coaches that he said before is really, really important for this Kata Autism project. The coaches do a program of 40 hours to go inside the school. And it is important because when we go to the director of the school, we tell he do a training of 40 hours. Okay. It's more simple, but it's not simple.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, about this, could be a problem if you don't put the right coach in that environment. So it's very, yes.
That's the topic for the next workshop,
topic.
education of coaches. Maybe, Kata, you give us the position and I add another question. And then afterwards, Malte will show you shortly the platform we created. Is also to all of you, what are a bit your expectations toward European Judo Union and judo in schools? Brada said it's good that we exchange about the best practice and maybe everyone can pick a little bit and optimize the way he's doing it in his country, but are there some expectations or needs? And maybe if you have a couple of them, then tell us so we can also work on it and try to look if we have some solutions or not. So you have 2 questions, Katana, or even 3.
Thank you. So I think Hungary has a better situation than the other nations because since 2012 we have this program in Hungary, a sporty and healthy nation program. So the ministry decided to hire the PE lessons. So we have these 5 lessons per week. So our curriculum has more opportunities to give more movement forms, sports. So we are in a good situation. But I think the Hungarian Judo Association tried to help the PE teachers because before 1998, at the PE teacher training, there was no combat games, combat sports, and anything. So for the older PE teachers, the association gave further trainings to help and they learned how to work at school with the kids because at PE, judo is not the same as in the club. We have to make it easier for the PE teachers with games, with combat games. Usually we don't have a gi, so we have to teach all the techniques without gi. So with other technique, a little bit difficult. And in some of our schools, we don't have tatami. So it is not easy, but I think it is the first step that the Hungarian Judo Association is open for the schools. And if some of the schools writing a contract with the Judo Association, they get 50 or 80 needs a meter. I don't know how to say tatami, so a big, yes. So, and judo gis for the kids. But for this, the schools have to work with the kids. Maybe at PE or after the school time, so afternoon. I think we have 2 points to get the children to bring to the club, once PE and once after the school time, but from the school. I think it is good. We have 2 points to catch the kids and before football.
Good. Do you have any expectation or needs, or you don't want to tell it now? Everything is perfect. Okay.
No expectations at all.
See.
So, I guess. So that's going to be easy.
Okay, then Malte, maybe you show a bit the platform or the tools that we have with the platform.
A little
maybe,
bit, yeah.
It would make sense if you have any comments or remarks. We will try to show it. Even thought I like Malte and maybe he's having a lot of competence. It's not him who did the platform, so we'll try to do it and present it to you.
Yes.
It's another person in the name of Florian who was not able to attend the workshop today, who is the creator, and he did already this with the Bavarian Judo Association. I think it's a very interesting platform because very user-friendly and simple to use. Please.
Yes, correct. So the guy doing this is Florian Ellmann from Bavaria, as Sergei already said. He is, on one side, he's a PE teacher, actually. On the other hand, he is also like, teaches like computer science in the school. So he was the right man for the job, actually. And what we really wanted to have is like a platform where you can access the informations, where you have some kind of courses also. And it's going to be like right now, the URL, so the website is EJU-education. And yeah, maybe you can go on the more, yeah, there it is. So what he did already is create some kind of courses where you can click on this and then go through the courses. So he explained to us very extensively that he can do it like that you, for example, start one course, do 1 or 3 lessons, then there's going to be a test, for example. But what we also can do is all the presentation we had today, we can put in there. So it will be accessible from everywhere and everyone can take a look at it after registration, of course. But there's also the possibility of discussion. So there's a little forum built in. And yeah, I think this is like the basic requirement, or the basic functions of the platform, actually. So what we also can do is later on is going to be maybe like a teacher's qualifications, as you already mentioned, that will be like the same for everyone in the EJU. So the idea is really like to create like this kind of community where everyone's on the same page.
We will also put on it, for example, with the next topic that we're going to have with the rules and adapted judo, we will put, when we finalize it, the rules on it, the regulations on it. We will work and try to create some good videos regarding divisioning, that the people can go and take it if they need it. Then you have really one platform when you have all the information. This is a bit the idea behind, and to put all the best practices and other kind of things. So it's a double function that we have only one place where we have all the information regarding the EJU, and on the other side is to collect the maximum of data that we're able also afterwards to send you some information, newsletter or whatever, because we know exactly who's going to watch where and what. Of course, it stays confidential, but we have afterwards some statistics allowing us to optimize on a better way the informations that you were searching for it and that we can afterwards provide you. So that's a bit the idea behind. It's starting now. Florian is on it since about 3 or 4 weeks. And as you can see, step by step, it's getting full. The best things is always the same on such platforms. You need to have a login, and then you will learn by your own and put the priorities that you need. As you said, we are creating this, and we will do our best, and for sure we will try to be able that this platform will be online by September, we say, no?
Yes, correct.
Because we want to put a bit of content in it, not that you go now and half of it is empty. So we need to put some material on it, and we are asking different people in the judo world to give us the footage to put on it. If you have any ideas, or you have already a couple of useful informations, please just send them to one of us, then we can put it on it also. And the more material we have, the better it is afterwards when we start in September. Mm. Do you have any questions?
Question? Yeah. You don't have to, just if you want.
Also scientific documents also.
No, yes, infatti. No, it's really important, this platform, because I tell him before that in national site of the federation, we put a section that the name is Ability Revolution, that including all the program of the adapted sport. And inside this, there is a project, there is a training, there is a scientific part. So I think that is really, really, really important to go up. So, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any other remarks, questions, inputs? No? Okay.
Maybe we can put one form out with our email addresses actually. Or
Yeah.
maybe or
It's easy. It's malte.kepper at
EJU.net and nuno.delgado@EJU.net and this is not so easy. Sergey.
No, my one you don't need.
Okay.
No, anyway, you know where the people are. You go to Malte, to Nuno, to Marino, Karina. Anyway, we
So-
Katja, sorry, we're here. And
Yeah, but anyway,
No problem.
guys, just to remind you that this streaming will be available, the recording, if you want to review it. It's on the platform. Please share it with your community. I'm sure that a lot of your colleagues and people who are working on this area will be interested. Also, the presentations will be also available in PDF mode. And I'm sure that during the next weeks, many people will say, I wanted to be there, I couldn't, but they will come with some comments and we will prepare a report about this workshop that we will share with all the participants. And during the next 3 months, July, August, and September, we will get ready to start the new year, the new school year, together with you, with a very good program. So now you are part of the team. Thank you. Best to Sergey.
thank you, Nuno. Okay, if there are no questions and remarks anymore, I propose we do a half an hour break. Okay, we restart as planned on the schedule at 4:15, and then we get in the main topic with this workshop regarding the rules and regulation of adapted judo. The lead will be by Marina, supported by Thomas and Ticho, who helped us to prepare. I think and I hope it's going to be as constructive as it was in Munich. I'm aware that maybe we will go and have a couple of discussion the next hour, which is absolutely normal. And the goal is that we are not finishing the session as long as we do not have any agreement. If we have to do it as they're doing it in Rome with the Pope until the white smoke comes out of the roof, we will do it if we need to do it. Okay? So prepare yourself mentally, and then we have this wonderful and challenging discussion from 4:15, and the coffee break is just here outside. Okay? Thank you. See you later.